Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
3 weeks after admitting he killed 4 University of Idaho students at their off-campus Moscow home, Bryan Kohberger is set to be sentenced for the crime. A plea deal sparing Kohberger's life. A deal provoking emotions from many.
I'm a little disappointed that the families won't be able to get closure, to hear, maybe more of why it happened.
Nearly 3 painful years after Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Xana Kernodle were found stabbed in the home.
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. She's passed out. What's wrong? She's not waking up.
Okay. One moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Their killer now facing judgment after admitting he is guilty of the crimes that night on November 13th, 2022.
Did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
For some, this conclusion feels premature.
We had an outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep while they're getting a college education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold him accountable.
And unjust.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will.
While others support ending the process, even as the plea deal spares Kohberger's life.
We support the plea agreement 100%. While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho.
Today, the families and friends of the victims have their chance to directly address the killer of their loved ones, all before he learns his fate.
We now embark on a new path. We turn from tragedy and mourning. We turn from darkness and uncertainty of the legal process to the light of the future. We have closure.
A NonStop Local special report. The sentencing of Bryan Kohberger.
And that closure begins today. Thank you for joining us right now. NonStop Local coverage of the sentencing of Bryan Kohberger. I'm Sam Adams.
And I'm Kalai Chalk. That hearing set to start at 8 a.m. this morning. We're on the air in Washington, Idaho, and Montana, a region impacted by the murders of Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Xana Kernodle. Today, that sentencing hearing begins for the killer, where Judge Stephen Hippler will sentence him for their murders, facing essentially 4 life sentences for each of their deaths. Let's take a live look at the Ada County Courthouse. Our team has been outside the courthouse all morning long. Our John Webb standing in line at 2 a.m. this morning. He says he's in a holding room right now before he's going to be allowed to enter the courtroom.
This courthouse is at the center of it all this morning. All eyes on the country right now on what's about to unfold in a mere 15 minutes from now. We will have team coverage throughout that sentencing hearing today. Haley Gunther will be live this morning. She's outside the Ada County Courthouse in Boise, where that sentence will be handed down. John Webb, as we mentioned, inside that courthouse. You can see right now that Haley is setting up right now for the very latest on what she is seeing right now.
And we have been following who of these victims' families will be in court today. We know that Kaylee Gonsalves' family has been outspoken in this, saying they will be there, saying they will read their victims' impact statements. And this is video that we collected of them outside of the courtroom getting ready to enter that court as they get ready to address their daughter's killer. We also know that Xana Kernodle's family members have entered the courthouse as well at this point. We know Ethan Chapin's family has been happy with the idea of a plea deal and has said repeatedly that they do not plan to be there this morning. They said they would rather spend the day on the lake looking ahead towards their future with their 2 children, Ethan's triplet siblings.
Yeah, typically in a murder trial, of course, we're talking about there may be one family impacted. This is a very unique situation where there's 4 different families, all from different backgrounds, different parts of the state, different parts of the country, all have this common bond right now because of this man. We're talking about Bryan Kohberger. He did accept a plea deal, avoiding a trial, and with that, the death penalty.
And again, we can tell you that there are 4 life sentences on the line here. Kohberger admitted that he killed and stabbed all 4 of them, but we don't know if he is going to address the courtroom today. He can, but he's not required to. And therefore, we do know that once the courtroom is settled, things are supposed to start at 8 o'clock. Press was lined up overnight. R. John Webb was allowed to enter the courthouse, but they were told that they believe that they are letting family members into the courtroom first. They have priority over any press.
All right, now what unfolds next in these next several hours will determine the fate of Bryan Kohberger and hopefully answer questions that people have been asking for years now. As we mentioned, the nation's eyes are on Idaho at this moment.
And we have seen this as a national story. In fact, President Donald Trump has responded to this plea deal and this week's sentencing on Truth Social. In response, it reads in part, while life imprisonment is tough, it's certainly better than receiving the death penalty. But before sentencing, I hope the judge makes Kohberger, at a minimum, explain why he did these horrible murders. There are no explanations. There is no nothing. People were shocked that he was able to plea bargain, but the judge should make him explain what happened. Again, he is not required to do so. The president saying that he should, and that's what so many families are hoping for. They want to know the why of Bryan Kohberger, why he selected these 4 to kill in the middle of the night 2.5 years ago, November in Moscow. This is not something that we have heard. We heard him speak a few words for the first time, one of the first times, I should say, in that plea deal just a couple of weeks ago when he admitted to stabbing all 4 of them.
All right, in the meantime, NonStop Local's John Webb right now in Boise with more on what to expect in court today. Here's a look.
Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock Pacific time, Bryan Kohberger will enter the courtroom, but this time back in a jail jumpsuit. According to Idaho criminal defense attorney Jim Seavey, Judge Stephen Hippler will open the hearing by going on the record. He'll ask both prosecution and defense if they're ready to proceed with sentencing. They'll answer and will then be asked if there's any order of business before they begin. At that point, we'll hear the victims' impact statements. Christy Gonsalves texted me they will be in person giving a statement. The Chapin family will not be in attendance. Stacy telling me Monday they will not be providing a statement either. We have not heard from the other family members. The judge could set a time limit for each statement, but it's unclear at this point. The judge will then hand down a sentencing. CB said he would be surprised if Kohberger is asked to speak. He said Kohberger never gave up his right to remain silent, so whether he uses that opportunity will be a potential surprise. In the hours or maybe even days to come, Kohberger would then be sent to an Idaho prison. According to Teray McCarlin, an Idaho prison warden, Kohberger would take a resident classification. It's a diagnostic test to see what level of security he will need. Carlin says she suspects he could go into either medium custody or administrative segregation. In medium custody, Kohberger would be in a single jail cell, have limited contact with other inmates, and be allowed in the day room. If he were to be in administrative segregation, he would be in a similar scenario, except he would only be allowed in the day room for 3 hours per day. In admin segregation, there's typically a pool of about 30 inmates. Kohberger would also be fed in the housing unit with those other inmates. John Webb, NonStop Local.
And John giving us a briefing on what's going on. Again, he is inside the courthouse right now, hoping to get one of the seats to witness and report on what happens inside the courtroom. Meantime, as you can imagine, emotions high inside and outside the Ada County Courthouse right now.
Let's get to Boise and NonStop Local's Haley Gunther. You've been there for the last several hours, and we've now seen some of those family members file in, Haley.
Yeah, absolutely, Kalai. First, the Kernodle family arrived here for this very lengthy and emotional day, sentencing day for Bryan Kohberger, more than 980 days in the making. Then we also saw family members with Maddie Mogan's camp, and then finally the Gonsalves family arriving here about a half an hour ago, many of them dressed in black and, just prepared for a very heavy day, a final chapter, at least in the justice process for Bryan Kohberger. As you mentioned, it's unknown if Bryan Kohberger will address the court. He certainly will have the opportunity to do so. We also saw the local law enforcement, our community's local law enforcement, begin to arrive earlier today to Sam and Kalai. Those that worked this case from day one, that poured so much into getting justice for the Idaho 4. And, you know, many of the folks in the Moscow community and in the Vandal family just hoping that after today, if it does conclude today, it's entirely possible these proceedings could stretch into tomorrow. But once they do wrap, that our community and our nation will continue to remember and honor those 4 victims' names. Of course, that is Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie, and remember them for how they lived and not just how they died back in November of 2022. You can see there is extra security on premise. It is a very active and busy day outside of the Ada County Courthouse. And checking in on the time, 8:56, those proceedings are set to begin in about 4 minutes in what will surely be a very emotional and heartbreaking day as those victims' families finally have their opportunity to address the court and, most importantly, let Bryan Kohberger know just how much heartbreak he has inflicted. Sam and Kalai.
Yeah, Haley, thank you. And take us through exactly what this looks like. They're called victim impact statements, and you described exactly what they do. But sometimes the court will release a list of names and give maybe an amount of time that they're allowed to talk. Have you guys received any of that kind of information yet?
We have not. The court has not made that public who does plan to speak here at the hearing. And, you know, the timeline for that also is one of many questions, Kalai, and that's where there is some uncertainty whether or not this will wrap today or stretch into tomorrow. In previous hearings, both sides did anticipate that this could be wrapped up in today, that it could be all day. But, you know, that's one of many unknowns still here in Ada County.
Haley, very good. And you've seen some of these families walking in. We want to share some of that video right now. Remember, 4 families being impacted by these devastating events 2.5 years ago, November 2022. You can see members of the Gonzalez family who have been very vocal and outspoken. One of the few families speaking publicly throughout this ordeal. You can see video just within the last 30 minutes of them walking and arriving with a large media contingent around them. Of course, they and other families not wanting to be thrust into the spotlight, but there they are in the spotlight as well. And also the Mogan family, we understand that their attorney has just arrived here, the family attorney for the Mogan family. Again, 4 families all being impacted by those murders, and we can see some of those families now arriving in Boise at the courthouse.
Yeah, and it's so important that we kind of reflect on this. I mean, this has been a media circus, so to speak, since these kids were killed. And you can only imagine what the families are going through as they walk into that courtroom. Already hard enough as they get ready to face their child's killer, but then you see the cameras swarming them. We admit, we are part of that media that is covering this, but we are also home to so many of these families, home to where these kids grew up, home to where these kids went to school and where they were ultimately killed. So our job is to make sure that those who knew and loved them are also able to get that information as Bryan Kohberger is sentenced today. It
is for that very reason that you heard the outlining of the plea deal and why this deal was made. One of those things is sparing these families the opportunity where they do not have to go through this ordeal, to go in the courthouse day in, day out through what would have been a lengthy trial as we understand it. Instead, these proceedings will just last the one day, perhaps into a second day for this sentencing. We also understand the Kernodle family arrived about 90 minutes ago. Xana's father, Jeff, and Xana's sister, Jasmine, also arriving at the courthouse. And we also understand, again, the Chapins have said that they do not plan to attend the proceedings today.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, a couple of these families, the Chapins and the Mogans, have said that they do agree with this plea deal for the reasons that you just outlined, in addition to the fact that once he's sentenced, he's not going to be able to appeal. If he did go to trial and he was found guilty, there would still be the opportunity for him to eventually drag court proceedings down the road. This essentially ends it today for many people, ends it when in regard to Bryan Kohberger and what his future looks like.
All right, with that said, it is 8 o'clock this morning Pacific time, and we are keeping an eye on the courthouse. And as soon as that sentencing hearing begins, we will break in our coverage. Right now, we want to share a little bit of a timeline, all the events that led up to this fateful day.
More than 2.5 years ago, 4 University of Idaho students were murdered in their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. The early morning of November 13th, 2022, their bodies discovered shortly after. On November 14th, Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were all identified as the victims of this horrific crime, a crime that sent shockwaves through the Moscow community and our entire region, all with adoring family and friends.
Turn yourself in. Stop all this. Let us mourn our children, and we can't when we know this person is out there.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him. And I want to remind you that that's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Moscow police quickly realize the magnitude of the investigation they have and call in for additional resources, including the feds. By December 7th, they shared that they were looking for the driver of a white Hyundai Elantra. We would come to find out a police officer at nearby Washington State University was keeping an eye out for that vehicle, closing in on Bryan Kohberger, a WSU doctoral student studying criminology. By late December, law enforcement descend on the Kohberger family home in Pennsylvania, collecting trash from the home to match DNA found on a knife sheath left at the scene. Bryan Kohberger was taken away in handcuffs and flown to Moscow. January 5th, 2023, Kohberger makes his first appearance in court. An arrest affidavit would show police believed they had Kohberger's DNA. They say nearby video shows his car, and incriminating cell phone data put him at the scene of the crime the night of the murders. A grand jury indicted Bryan Kohberger May 16th of 2023 on 4 counts of first-degree murder. By the end of summer 2023, his defense team, headed by attorney Ann Taylor, argued that he enjoyed late-night drives, disclosing his alibi in legal filings. By August 23rd, Kohberger waived his right to a speedy trial, pushing the trial back. To the defense, the use of genetic genealogy quickly became a sticking point, filing multiple motions to question its reliability. Much of the time since then has been spent trying to meet evidentiary deadlines, witness lists, arguing this case and its reach would require a new venue. Bryan Kohberger was flown from Moscow to Boise in September of 2024, handing the case over to Ada County, Idaho. Judge Stephen Hippler would be assigned, and the trial, scheduled for August of 2025, 2 months after its previously scheduled date of June 2025. In November of 2024, Judge Hippler rules the death penalty will stay on the table in this case, after the defense argues the punishment violates Kohberger's rights in both the Idaho state and U.S. Constitution. In late February of this year, his defense team argues again the death penalty should be dropped. This time, they cite autism spectrum disorder. Judge Hippler ultimately ruled unless Kohberger testifies himself, using his diagnosis to explain his demeanor in the courtroom is not relevant, and the death penalty as an option stays. In May, state prosecutors requested he undergo a mental health evaluation as they work to confirm the autism diagnosis, as well as obsessive-compulsive tendencies and/or ADHD. As summer of 2025 has evolved so far, both the prosecution and the defense were making their final efforts to prepare for trial in mid-August. Most recently, we told you, Ann Taylor and her team were arguing.
All right, and essentially that brings us today. After that plea deal a few weeks ago, sentencing now underway. We understand that we have now live pictures of the courtroom in Ada County.
All right, let's listen in as this proceeding is about to begin right now. This is in Boise again. This is for the Bryan Kohberger sentencing of the 4 University of Idaho students. That feed just came up momentarily. As soon as we get that feed and with the corresponding audio, we'll take you right to that.
Yeah, essentially you saw that 4 box. There's 4 cameras inside of the courtroom. Bryan Kohberger dressed in inmate clothing. This was deal that they made during the plea deal, saying that because he is an inmate now, because he is essentially pleaded guilty to these murders, he will be wearing that inmate clothing as he's sentenced today.
All right. Meantime, as you can imagine, the plea deal that Kohberger took not only met by mixed reaction by family members of the victims, but also the community of Moscow specifically as well.
Okay, let's go now to more information. U of I parents and people in the city sharing their opinions of the plea deal, which took the death penalty off the table.
Into the case, the plea deal
when I first saw it,
Kohberger's
the headlines
life
read,
as he
that people
faces
were upset. But when I read the article about it, I thought it's kind of nice not to have to go through the trial. I think if it was my kids, it would be so emotional and difficult.
I definitely feel it's unfair. I think the death penalty is a very usable, it should be used penalty for killing people, just given my views, my lifestyle.
I'm a little disappointed that the families won't be able to get closure, to hear, maybe more of why it happened and how it happened. But at the same time, I'm glad that he's admitting his guilt right now, finally.
So I think it's just unfair to the families. It allows him to hide. He never had to really go to trial. He never had to, answer to his, he is answering to his crimes, but not to the fullest extent, in my opinion.
It sounds like he is going to be in there for life and there's no way out. And honestly, sometimes I look at the death penalty as an easy escape. And I would think life in prison sometimes would be harder. So I kind of looked at it that way, I think.
All right, with that, we understand that live stream again underway, and we can take a look right now.
All right, let's take that now. You can hear the judge speaking, and we go there live.
The defendant previously entered a plea of guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. In exchange, the parties stipulated to recommend a sentence consisting of, on burglary, 10 years fixed, on each of the 4 counts of first-degree murder, life fixed. The parties waived a pre-sentence investigation. To my understanding, neither party submitted a sentencing memorandum or other materials for the court. The court is familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state, before impact statements and arguments, wish to present evidence today?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court through the clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Sure. All right.
Thank you.
But no testimony other than impact statements?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be introducing the
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I indicated through the trial court administrator that we need to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running and audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead, Ms. Jennings.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funka's statement, and she has asked that her friend Emilia Lant read that statement.
All right, any objection to that? All right, very well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we are constantly scaredy cats. I make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache, so I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse, and I was still here when their kid, their siblings, and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I would cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party, we were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch, when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile, and she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks, and she always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believed that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are, not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind. And they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you. And please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure. Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? Then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them, to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogan's stepfather. Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogan's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. The experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time, One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her Uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief has compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and A was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, "How am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world?" I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be. Her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure, and we will go on, For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Santa, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless you.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogan family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Bryan Kohberger, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous. The agony and grief he has caused, too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement, and I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Laramie. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogan, the father of Maddie Mogan.
Yes, of course.
Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogan.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogan's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogan, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogan, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who have treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about 1.5 years old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became deedle-deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were 1 day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together, and she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, We Mogans were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogan side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest, in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogans are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my 2 daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now it's Ben Mogan, Maddie Mogan's father.
Benjamin Mogan. I'm Maddie's dad. And first, I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She was the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted the times she was in college, and I thought, oh well, we'll have the rest of our lives to do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she deserved every bit of that. And but I thought that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if we want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too, and my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically, and anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene, 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I loved your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive a lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. I'm so glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. She never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And it shouldn't have happened. And a death sentence is one thing. You know when it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Gonsalves family. First will be her father, Steve Gonsalves.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing one last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonsalves, Kaylee's brother. Stephen's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go. Okay. Olivia Gonsalves, Kaylee's sister.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I am the big sister of Kaylee Gonsalves, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogen as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief, I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would. That I would fight for them, that I would show up, no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down. Not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon, the clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christy
the
Gonzalez.
Expletive that was used here as Olivia Gonzalez finished her victim impact statement.
Again, we do want to apologize for that. Emotions high right now inside the courthouse. We'll continue to listen in now on victim impact statements. This morning, we have just been hearing from the Gonzalez family for the last several minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee J. Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you. Do we have more from the Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents. This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have two other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, "Light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not." Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, if the are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess, all right?
And you've just been watching it over the course of the last hour and 20 minutes, the sentencing hearing for Bryan Kohberger as victims of these 4 murders have stepped forward. You could call them family members of the victims, but they too have been victims, them reading how this has impacted them. And it started with the 2 roommates who were inside the room when the 4 were killed.
And we had impact statements from Bethany Funk, a friend on her behalf, reading those victim impact statements for her, one of the surviving roommates, and then the second surviving roommate, Dylan Martinson, both with the personal hell that those 2 surviving roommates have now been living through the last 2.5 years. Statements on behalf of them and the described as a happy home, where they had lived, the now infamous King Road home in Moscow, Idaho, that the memories that happened, that the ordeal, what they went through that horrific night and early morning hours, recounting those moments and what they went through, and now what they carry with them for these last 2.5 years.
Yeah, they talked about the trauma that they've undergone. Here's a listen back.
He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives.
She talked about the fact that she hasn't been able to sleep alone for the last year. She's been talked about the panic attacks she has. She talks about the trauma that she's undergone, and just the idea that her life will never be the same, let alone her 4 best friends are gone. Recovering from this has been detrimental to her.
Yeah, she spoke specifically about making escape plans everywhere she went. That's the kind of weight that she carried, and she continues to carry. She spoke about unable to breathe, can't think. All she can do is scream. We want to hear a little bit more of that dramatic and emotional impact statement directly from Dylan Mortensen.
I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking.
Dylan Mortensen, again, was inside that house the night that Bryan Kohberger killed her 4 friends. She also talked about that 911 call that she was a part of and the social media impact that it has had. She says that she has been targeted, chased down, people trying to interview her, people blaming her online for not making the appropriate 911 call the morning that they found her friends dead inside that house. So many things to unpack here as she laid out what has happened to her in the last 2.5 years. One of the first times that we really have ever seen Dylan Mortensen speak publicly.
Yeah, and you can see almost the weight being lifted off her shoulders, yet and still, as she mentioned, that she could not breathe, literally could not breathe. And you could feel that in the courtroom just a few minutes ago.
Okay, Haley Gunther is outside the Ada County Courthouse this morning. You've been following this from day one. You're close to the Moscow community, raised there, a U of I Vandal. Tell me a little bit more about what you thought as you were watching Dylan here share her impact statement, but then also the takeaways, because I know Olivia Gonzalez's impact statement is one that we are going to hear over and over again. The power that packed was significant.
Yeah, incredibly powerful, Kalai, as was Steve Gonzalez, talking about the way that this unbelievable tragedy really united so many and their love for those 4 kids. And one thing that, really did stand out to me, nobody used his name. Steve Gonzalez referred to him as BK, but I think that everybody that addressed the court so far today, the Mogans, the Gonzalez family, they were very careful to not say his name, to not address Bryan Kohberger, because, to them, it's not about him. It's about these 4 kids and getting justice for them and keeping their memories alive and ensuring that we as a community, as a Vandal family, honor them and remember them for how they lived and not just how they died. We'll start with Bethany Funk's statement read by a close friend. Absolutely gut-wrenching to hear what she went through and the tremendous guilt. She talked about how For months, she couldn't see the victims' families, her friends, her dear friends' families, without being overcome with tremendous guilt. And of course, she said, had she known what had gone on in her home, in her safe place, of course she would have called 911. And it really was just shocking to hear, what she's had to go through, what she's had to live with. And then Bethany being up next and seeing her sitting in that chair, seeing her trembling, having to be in the same room of the man that brutally killed her 4 dear friends. I still have, goosebumps thinking about it. And I know you did play, Sam and Clyde, some of her sound and some of the highlights that stood out to me. And I'm going to read you a quote. Hopefully we can get you this sound as well. But she said, quote, "Then there are the panic attacks, the kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. She can't stop shaking. She says all she can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle." I think that, it was a big moment for both of them to reach today, to be able to address the court, whether it was through that statement or in person for Dylan, but just very powerful moment. Sam and Clyde.
Okay, yeah, and she did mention, they did not say his name. Many people didn't even address him. They just wanted to talk about the lovely impact of who these people were, Maddie's family specifically. They didn't talk to the suspect. They simply talked about the love and light of Maddie.
All right, with that, let's listen into some more of the impact statements right now, because remember, these are 2 young women, Kaylee and Maddie, both from North Idaho, both raised in Coeur d'Alene, both going to high school in the area, both sisters in so many ways at the University of Idaho. We want to listen in on the sister of Olivia Gonzalez right now. This is her impact statement.
Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were 2 pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you.
And that was the beginning of her impact statement. Yeah. Towards the end, it was almost though she was trying to provoke him and ask him, why did you do this? Why did you do this? You're still a loser. You are nothing to anybody, and you still failed at this murder.
Yeah, especially some of the questions that don't get to be asked in the courtroom because there was no trial. There will be no trial, and those questions may go unanswered until or unless Bryan Kohberger himself decides to speak out on some point. And that is, of course, these families' worst nightmare in one of these cases is that he gets his very own platform to someday share that. But specifically, you asked, and Olivia asked, why did you choose my sister? Why November 13th? Where is the murder weapon, and what were Kaylee's last words? Those are the questions right now that remain unanswered.
All right, with that, let's get to Bradley Warren, who's in the Pulse studio with more on that. All of it impactful, but a lot of people are going to be talking about Olivia Gonzalez and what she said to Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah, well, that's 100% correct, Kalai, and I've been taking notes just like you guys have, and I want to go through a couple of the things that she said. It was really that final round of her statement. It was more, like you guys pointed out, a questioning. She started it with, sit up straight. And she said, why my sister? And the questions were slow, but you could feel the progression and the building of the frustration that she had. Eventually asking, did you start shaving your eyebrows or are you pulling them out? She said, what were my sister's last words? And then she sort of went back to her overall theme of pointing out how insignificant Bryan Kohberger is. She said, do you feel anything at all? You are as dumb as they come. And she made remarks about how if Kohberger would have attacked her sister while she was awake, the outcome would have been much different. But we also heard from Steve Gonzalez as well, her father, Kaylee Gonzalez's father. He said that Kohberger is a joke and you picked the wrong family and we are laughing at you on your trip to the pen. I mean, that was a theme we heard over and over again from the Gonzalez family. I want you to take a listen to what Steve Gonzalez had to say on court.
None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are.
I thought was really interesting from her sister's statement, and Sam Clay, I mean, we've watched Bryan Kohberger's face most of this. There's been little to no reaction from him, but she said, if you would have approached them and had a conversation with them, they would have approached you and your awkwardness with friendship. At that point, that was the first time I saw all of the lawyers turn to try to look at him. For the most part, very, very little expression from him. The only sort of time I saw any reaction from him was in his eyes, was when Steve Gonzalez was addressing him.
I think if any of us have been waiting for any sort of insight as to what Bryan Kohberger might be thinking right now on this fateful day, your guess is as good as ours. It is, if there was a poker table, he might as well be wearing sunglasses and a hat. He has been completely expressionless.
All right, Bradley, thank you. And yeah, that was another takeaway. I mean, sometimes you would see the split screen of the people who were talking directly to him. Barely any movement. You could see his eyes going between the podium and maybe the judge when they were talking, but nothing beyond that, as you said, Sam. A lot of emotion, though, from the families and from the loved ones who have been speaking behind that podium with their impact statements.
That's right.
Let's get to Haley Gunther now. Again, Haley, I just want to take you back to this experience because I think the difference of what we saw maybe with the victims' families of Madison Mogen and with the Gonzalez family is that the Gonzalez family didn't want the plea deal to happen in the first place because they want the answers to why.
Absolutely, Kalai. And, you know, it was a big moment when Steve Gonzalez said that through all of this, right now, today, sentencing day, they are united. The entire region is united. And what is bringing everyone together is really the love for those 4 kids. Another thing that really stood out to me so far in what we've heard in these victim impact statements was we learned more about these 4 kids, what they were like, what they loved to do, what they loved to do together. In Bethany's statement, she was talking about how they would have wine nights. They loved making cookies together, binge watching reality TV. You know, it was so relatable to just kind of get some insight into what that home was. And that's exactly what it was, Sam and Clyde. It was a home. It was a place filled with love and endless laughter. Bethany talked about how there was one night when they went out to a fraternity party and she said she laughed so hard there were tears and she had never laughed that hard in her life. She talked about Halloween, which was, gosh, about 2 weeks prior to this tragedy, Halloween of 2022, when she and Maddie made up a dance and spent the night just doing their dance and laughing and singing and dancing like nobody was watching. That really touched me to just kind of get more insight and background into who these 4 kids were: Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. And, you know, another touching moment is Maddie's grandmother did say some kind words to the family of her killer and just kind of acknowledged that there is so much hurt out there, so much pain, and the ripple effect that his actions caused on that awful November day.
Those are all good points, Haley. The idea that so many people are just trying to shed light on the lives lost and shedding light not on the way they died, but on who they were. And so many of them are saying, you know what, in honor of them, we're going to continue to live our lives. We're going to continue to wake up in these hard moments. We're going to continue to do what they would have wanted us to do. Let's talk a little bit about Ben Mogen, too, because Haley talked a little bit about, you know, the love that they were sharing for the lives lost. And Ben said Maddie Mogen and was his only child, and he said it was the only thing I was ever really proud of.
Yeah, and thinking about how, you know, the last as he described it, last Father's Day card that was sent and addressed to him that he read, that he kept. And that will be literally the very last thing that he will ever be able to read from his daughter, of course, taken away so tragically, and thinking that he would be able to spend more time in seeing his young girl grow up.
Yeah, one thing that Bethany Funk said, one of the roommates that Haley just pointed out, she also said, I have to live for them. I talk to them in my prayers every night.
Yeah, and saying that everything that I do, again quoting Bethany, saying I do it with them in mind, that she lives on for them. The why was she spared, why does she live, that she lives in their honor. Also saying that this house was not just a house. Again, we're talking about the King Road home, that was also a home. It was not just a house. With that, we do want to share some more impact statements right now. Specifically, we talked about those tense moments about almost like the questioning, because Bryan Kohberger is not taking the witness stand. There is no trial, so there's no opportunity for lawyers, for attorneys, the prosecution to grill him under testimony. This we're about to play, Kalai, is the closest that the public will ever get to that moment.
Right, because Bryan Kohberger has not spoken publicly. He is not required to do so at the sentencing hearing. And I know that the Gonzalez family wants answers. Here's what Olivia Gonzalez said in her victim impact statement.
I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually?
Okay, and we were replaying some of what had happened in the first hour and a half as the court took a 10-minute break.
All right, with that, court is back in session. We're hearing now more of these impact statements being made by family members of the 4 victims of the Univi murders right now, and we're about to hear from the Kernodle family.
I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is, you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to Him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong, I am brave,
I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, you know, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, you know, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane, and about halfway through the flight, this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad, and then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, you know, back when she was little, 5 years old, and those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me, and the impact was when she was gone. I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, you know? That's the things that I miss the most, is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? You know, whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, you know, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, you know, countless people told me that. They might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. You know, could have been their friend, could hung out, and it's like, this is a blessing, you know. This is who the kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine, and basically, you know, we worked hard to do the things we did, you know, through the times they were growing up. And through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world, then it came back to me, Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, I've had countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far because a lot of kids, in the colleges, just for an example, they lock their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. At Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's gonna make is gonna help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what these kids, what happened to these kids did, All I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there in that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, "Don't be drinking and driving. You got the rental car. Don't be drinking and driving." The week before that, so she was she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, because they would have had a chance, all 4 of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're gonna go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, and that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Coronado would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Coronado. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members, And then I had to look, because Xana was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Bryan, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name's Stratton Knodel, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Bryan and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened. And I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all gonna be in the same room together, let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know? Just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So Let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you, just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to Him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really. But it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real, and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction of this, and the destruction it has caused, I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay. Right, stake and argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask if the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week, after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed, the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe, that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came.
We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count one, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count two, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count three, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count four, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernhodel. On count five, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared. not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? No evidence. All right. Does defense wish to make argument today?
Runner, we do not wish to make arguments. Mr. Kohberger, along with his legal team, is prepared for the court to enter judgment.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well. Please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones, and I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It has been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about 2 kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these 4 young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry this same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others, is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why, but upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility in execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength, and God bless you. We're adjourned.
And that's the end of the feed to the sentencing hearing for Bryan Kohberger. Judge Stephen Hippler in Ada County saying that he would serve 4 consecutive life sentences for the deaths of the 4 University of Idaho students in November 2022.
And as you just heard right there from District Court Judge Stephen Hippler, those 4 life sentences will be served consecutively, and that means that they will run back to back. In the wishes of the state prosecution, Bill Thompson laid it out, saying to reflect the unique individuality of each of the 4 victims. And again, these life sentences will be served consecutively without the possibility of parole.
The idea and the hope is that the families and everyone impacted by this can walk away. They say that hopefully that the door will close behind Bryan Kohberger. He will live the rest of his life in prison, and it'll bring closure to the families and friends of the victims.
And this all began, of course, 8 o'clock this morning locally here, Pacific time, 8 a.m. We had more than a dozen impact statements, in all 18 by our count. Families of the Madison Mogan, family members, stepfather, their mother, father, the Gonzalez family, with Steve, their father, Olivia, and Christy, mother, speaking on behalf of the Gonzalez family about Kaylee, and then the Kernodle family for Xana, Jasmine, her sister, Jeff, her father, Kim, an aunt, and numerous family members stepping up, speaking about their impact, sharing their memories of Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie, and we should mention, of course, the Chapin family as well, notably not present. They chose to not attend this, but they have certainly made comments about their thoughts on the process. And you know, one thing that, of course, Kalai, a lot of us are going to be thinking about immediately is the impact statements from all these families, 18 people in all speaking, including the 2 surviving roommates, and then only 3 words uttered by the defendant, Bryan Kohberger, and that was it.
Yeah, exactly. Saying, I respectfully decline, saying that he did not want to address the court. Essentially, he made no emotional moves. He made little to no movement that entire time. Throughout it, you could hear people crying in the background. You could see people crying at the podium. One of the roommates who spoke first, Dylan Martinson, essentially having trouble breathing as she was explaining her experience of what happened to her, all the while Bryan Kohberger having little to no emotion. You did see the overarching theme, though, of these families saying they want to move forward. They say that this has essentially united them as they have worked with law enforcement and prosecutors in bringing justice to this case, talking about the tragedy that has unfolded in the lives of so many of them in the last 2.5 years, but ultimately hoping that somehow this will be the end to all of it.
Yeah, a sad and tragic last 2.5 years that these families who are in many ways survivors of this tragedy themselves and bonded by this heinous act that happened 2.5 years ago. And if we could just as we kind of take a step back from the impact statements from all of these family members, from the surviving roommates, and you can see how, you know, individually we have families. You know, you at home have families, and that we all bring something different to the table. And it's really striking to hear the different perspectives. You heard a lot of the commonality between all the families and their love for their children and what they brought to life.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, you heard the different perspective. You know, we could, you know, there was Steve Gonzalez, who really summed up, I think, what many in the Gonzalez family are feeling right now and have been for the last 2+ years for their daughter, Kaylee. We said, you picked the wrong family. And then you look at another family like the Kernodles, and many of them, you know, bringing up their faith. And Randy, the stepfather, saying directly to the defendant, Bryan Kohberger, go to hell. All of these different perspectives from these families, and each case, you could tell here today and over the course of the last 2.5 years has been extremely individual, extremely heartfelt, and extremely varied.
Okay, with that, let's get to Haley Gunther. She is live outside the Ada County Courthouse. Haley, you were raised in Moscow. You went to the University of Idaho. Overall, we have talked about the impact on this entire community, most of all, the importance of justice and peace for these families. Do you think they received it today?
You know, it's hard to talk about peace because what that means is so different to so many of those impacted by this incredible tragedy. You talk about the ripple effect of just how many people that this impacted. Hearts broke all over the world for these 4 victims. It is a step, and it is, of course, the final step in the justice process for the murderer of Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. And, you know, a lot of emotions today, ranging from pure disgust to anger to forgiveness for some. And, you know, you heard Maddie's grandmother talking about how she had kind words for the family of the killer. You know, Steve Gonzalez saying that this tragedy really united so many, and they were united in a love for those 4 victims. So this is certainly incredibly impactful, seeing the way that it is continuing to unfold live here in Boise. We are expecting to see the family members start to leave the courtroom, and you know, I'm sure in some ways it's a weight lifted having this step of the process wrap up, but you know, the grief is still there. They still don't have their kids, and that really is incredibly heartbreaking, guys.
It was interesting, Haley, to hear how the different family members have gone through the last 2.5 years. Many of them have gone through therapy. Some of them talked about different things in regard to dealing with their loss. But I think Haley really spelled it out well. The idea that peace is hard to say, but hopefully just a little piece of closure in this saga.
We have had the opportunity to hear from different families as well. This all started about 8:08 a.m. Here with those impact statements. It wrapped up almost exactly to the minute 2 hours later at 10:07 a.m. We do want to share some of the more recent impact statements. This coming from the Kernodle family about Xana. This is Xana's sister, Jasmine.
No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to Him.
And that again was Jasmine Kernodle sharing her impact statement, as they are called, inside the courtroom about the loss of Xana and specifically about the defendant, Bryan Kohberger, and her thoughts, her day in court, so to speak. And Xana, of course, one of we need to mention this again. These are for we have a lot of you folks watching right now. Watching from Montana and Oregon and across the inland northwest. Just to put this in perspective, these are students from the University of Idaho. 3 of these girls are also from our area. That we're talking specifically Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene, and Xana attended high school at Post Falls High School. So a local family and a lot of local impact being felt right now.
Yeah, Ethan Chapin's family too, as Sam mentioned, wasn't in the courtroom. He grew up on the west side of the state, but they also spend a lot of time on Priest Lake. So again, they said that they'd rather spend today out with Ethan's 2 remaining siblings. They were triplets out on the water. They said that's how they wanted his memory to live on. And we heard so many people talking today about the importance of Xana, Kaylee, Maddie, and Ethan's memory living on. And you mentioned that the Kernodles talked a lot about their faith. Here's some sound of what Xana's aunt and uncle had to say.
Okay, we'll wait on that for just a moment. Let's shift gears a little bit right now. Bradley Warren, let's bring in Bradley right now, because Bradley, you've been following this basically from the jump. It has been a marathon sprint, many would say, 2.5 years. Can you give us a little perspective right now on you listen to the testimony, you watch this, and specifically take us back to, if you could, first day in court, Bryan Kohberger, the defendant.
Yeah, well, I was in court with him in Pennsylvania as we take a live look right now from outside the Ada County courtroom where the Gonzalez family is walking out. If they go to the microphone, we'll go to that. But yeah, Sam and Clyde, to your question, I was in court with Kohberger.
So please show some grace to the families as they answer your questions. Thanks so much.
Well, it's almost been 3 years, and today's the end of a long, hard-fought battle. But we have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put this case together.
All right, and it appears that we have lost that feed right now. But again, Steve Gonzalez saying that this is the end of a long, hard-fought battle. And we are waiting for them to come out. Many of them are choosing to hold this press conference and speak on what happened inside that courtroom.
To try to answer why with something so senseless, you can't make sense of it.
And again, we're still having technical issues. So with that, we'll go ahead and continue to discuss what happened inside that courtroom. Essentially, we're going to go to Bradley in the Pulse studio. Again, we're going to just chat here until we can get back to that live picture. But you were there when Bryan Kohberger was arrested. Now the family is essentially asking, can we please move forward?
Yeah, and Clay, I think, you know, to go back to that very first court appearance, it was in a big courtroom in Pennsylvania, arrested on New Year's, did 2 days in the Monroe County Jail, waiting for that hearing to take place. And what I've really seen in this 2-year evolution of him is when he was first arrested, I'll never forget the media circus, for starters. I mean, it was the world's media. We were sitting there. I was sitting next to Inside Edition. I was a row behind his parents. This is footage from that day. When he walked into court, I remember he was clearly looking for his mother right away, and he kept trying to communicate with her and was animated. I mean, he was handcuffed, and you see right here, this is footage from that day, had the chains around him, but he kept mouthing to her, "I love you," and he would turn to her and say, "I love you." His mother sat next to his grandmother. They were in fur coats. They had scarves and masks on their face. They were visibly upset about what was going on, but he kept trying to communicate with them, and there was a little emotion. I don't want to say pep in his step, but I mean, it was a different Kohberger then than we see today, the emotionalist one. I mean, the only time today I think we saw any sort of emotion was when the Kernodles were reading their impact statements. Outside of that, there was next to nothing from him. And I think, you know, we talked about this a couple of times today, and we heard it from the families. The world knows these 4 children now whose lives were cut tragically short, and knows the life and light that they contributed to our community. And I think, you know, I'm watching our international feeds here. We've got a bunch of different feeds. Sky News in Europe is carrying this case to the entire continent over there. And learning, these people in Europe are learning about how incredible these 4 kids were. That is what the families want the takeaway from today to be. But there was still stark contrast in what we heard from just one household, the aunt of Xana Kernodle. I think that was what was most interesting. She was saying, I forgive you, if you want to talk, call me. But her husband, on the other hand, said, I want 5 minutes in the woods with you. I think we have that sound. Again, same household, stark contrast.
Okay, Bradley, thank you. And again, it's an interesting thing because we're talking a little bit about the media circus that has covered this story for the last 2.5 years, but you mentioned it well, Sam. These kids were from this community. Yeah. So many people who are watching and who have been following this story are doing so because they loved and knew these kids. So even moving forward as we assess behind the scenes, you know, how this is going to be covered, you know, the wishes of the family is that we stop talking about this person.
Okay, real quick, okay, sorry, we keep on losing the feed in and out. I would imagine, if for those of you at home who don't know, we're going to try to go to the press conference right now. Just understand, this is on cell phone, so there's a lot of bandwidth connectivity problems right now. We're going to go in and listen live right now. Okay, right now you are looking. We don't have the audio feed right now, but you can tell that right now this is the Gonzalez family speaking right now about the verdict just being handed down. Let's listen in.
A young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice system should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal. And it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. The deal had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team, not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crimes are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice, but this isn't just about a prosecutor's record, it's about Kaylee. It's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho 4, she was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother.
Steve,
thank you.
Now that the gag order is lifted, is there anything that you learned over the last 2.5 years from the investigators or the prosecutors that you can share with us now that you can speak about?
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us everything. So I don't know what was holding them back before, but we spent about 3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives, and we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for the things to be unsealed. But yeah, it was horrific what Kaylee went through. And I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all the details. I'll be general. But yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you say as you spoke to him?
I looked him straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal. Like,
Yeah,
look at me
yeah,
in my eye.
yeah.
You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that it needed? Or was this?
Yeah,
I think
100%.
it's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now
Yeah.
we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado and the real feelings.
As the spotlight then fades, what do you want the public to remember?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that, you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system, treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, and I know you want to go, I want to ask, Olivia today was spectacular. But Olivia asked the question, what was the other weapon you used on my sister? So despite this meeting you had with prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something we don't know there. Can you explain that to us?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was. But
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife was recovered. But Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Talk about that a little. The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers. And they may share some of that information at a later date, but today's not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So There may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today's not the day. Okay?
Thank you guys. Thank you for being available.
Thanks.
All right, so much there. That's the Gonzalez family addressing many things, specifically talking about when President Trump posted on Truth Social that we should hear from Bryan Kohberger and why he committed these crimes, saying that, according to Steve Gonzalez, may have prompted the prosecution then to reveal a lot of information that they hadn't before. He said essentially they told us everything, saying that they found out that Kaylee had been stabbed more than 30 plus times, there was damage to her face, and that there was another weapon used as well.
And this is information now coming to light that has been under the gag order. This has been sealed until that plea deal was agreed upon, as we take a live look again from outside the courthouse, where this has been a truly harrowing experience for these family members who, for them, this is a true end of the road, a process that began on King Road in Moscow, Idaho, and now brings them here 300 miles away to Boise, Idaho, a place these families never thought they would be in a million years. This for them in many ways is a grieving day. It is in some ways for some a day to remember and in some ways feel that justice has been finally been served. We did mention the impact statements, but first, Kalai, I mean...
Well, I just wanted to point out this live picture that we were looking at. It's Christy Gonzalez and Karen Laramie, the mothers of Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogen, in that long embrace that we just saw. These two girls were described as best friends. Essentially, they were described as sisters. We saw a break when Maddie Mogen's family supported the plea deal. The Gonzalez's did not. And then you see this hug at the end of the sentencing.
And it looks like right now they'll be coming up to the podium as well to share some thoughts after that verdict and sentencing had been handed down just moments ago. We'll have a listen in right now here at this press conference.
Good afternoon. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono attorney for Karen Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Madison Mogen. I ask that you please give your quiet attention to Scott. He would like to make a statement to you and to all those out there in support of them and the other families. Thank you.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. Trial would have involved risks. Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty. Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you. Get up. Thank you.
And so it appears the families are slowly coming out of the courtroom one by one, addressing the press who's lined up ready to ask questions if these families choose to stay, or simply reading prepared statements of the lives that were lost, but the light that lives on in their legacy.
Again, this all began 8 o'clock this morning. Victims' impact statements, family impact statements being shared inside that courthouse where we're now 2.5 years. This saga comes to an end. But as you can see right here, the grieving, the healing still continues for many of those families.
And we learned a little bit about how some of these children grew up, specifically for Maddie Mogen. That was Scott Laramie, her stepfather, who she was essentially raised with between her and her mother Karen. But also Maddie's dad spoke and he addressed the court. Let's hear a little bit about what he had to say.
Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted.
That was Ben Mogen, Maddie's dad. He even thanked, the rest of the family, saying, thank you for essentially raising my daughter when she wasn't with me. He finished it by saying, I love you, Maddie. I wish you were still here.
Yeah. For some of these families, of course, they're hoping for whatever form of justice that they've been looking for. Some had been seeking the death penalty, hoping for that. Others hoping that the defendant, Bryan Kohberger, would spend the rest of his life behind bars. That much we know this morning after those 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. But now we're starting to get a closer look at where exactly he'll be serving that time. Let's go to Bradley Warren. Bradley, what do we know right now about where Bryan Kohberger will be spending the rest of his life behind bars?
Yeah, we just got a statement from the Attorney General of the state of Idaho, Raul Labrador, who has said, start with the statement and then we'll give you a little on prison because that's coming from him right now. He says, quote, our hearts are with the victims and their families. While no sentence can bring full justice to this kind of evil, today's sentence ensures that Bryan Kohberger will never see the outside of a prison and will never again harm innocent families. The statement goes on, and I'll get that up on NonStop Local for you to be able to read from the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. But the Attorney General tells us that he will serve the rest of his life behind bars, housed in the Idaho Maximum Security Institute, and goes on to say that under Idaho law, the fixed prison sentences mean that he will never be eligible for parole, and then adds his gratefulness to the prosecutors and the judge and all of the investigators who worked this case to bring justice and restore safety to the state of Idaho. He says the state is better for their hard work. So a little bit right there on that facility that we have been working to figure out where exactly he will spend the rest of his life. We now know, again, a Maximum Security Institute, the state's Maximum Security Institute, and we'll get more for you on that as we continue to learn about the next steps in this. But we really heard a lot today from the families, and I really want to go back to, I think, the important part of this, right? Inside of these families, inside of these households, there are mixed opinions on today and ultimately the future. And I think that that really was spelled out today in the impact statements from the Kronodal family, the aunt and uncle statements, same household, totally counter opinions. I want you to take a listen. Okay, we're working to get that for you. I think the other thing that is really important to point out was how Bill Thompson, when he delivered the statements, reading the sentencing and the charges, was when he showed the pictures of each murdered child's face, and then you heard the emotion from him. I mean, this has impacted people, not just in the courtroom, but around the world. And again, that mix of emotion right now from the families is one thing that we really saw on full display today. We have that sound now. I want you to listen to it. Okay, we apologize for the audio errors there. The final sort of statements from the judge that I thought were really interesting. the whole process of this, we watched the judge deliver this incredibly professional, very hard case, maneuver and navigate it. But this was sort of the first time we really got to hear, I don't want to say his feelings, but the overall opinion of the court. And he said it'd be very hard if he were to have forced him into saying anything, because at the end of the day, he didn't know ultimately what would be true from him, essentially calling him a liar, saying that it's time to end his 15 minutes of fame here, and he wanted to see him behind bars forever and hoped that nobody would ever work with him in order to facilitate a book or a documentary on this. But again, now we know he's going to the Idaho Maximum Security Institute. That is something that's coming to us right now from the Attorney General of the state of Idaho, who is letting us know right now that he is proud of the work that has been done, but said that he understands that this sentence will never bring back the lives that were lost. And that's one thing that, of course, we all know, and the emotion that we all feel here in these communities across our region is it doesn't matter what happens. We've lost 4 innocent kids who had so much ahead of them. And again, that emotion was really something we heard in court today. Guys?
Right. Bradley, thank you. And yeah, all morning long and really throughout this whole process, we've, of course, you at home, us here on NonStop Local, we have been thinking about the families and the devastation, the impact they've been feeling through this. And it is worthwhile mentioning, as Bradley just did, that there's a very human element to this, to everybody involved in this legal process, that never in a million years do you think that when you're becoming a prosecuting attorney or you're becoming a judge that you're going to be going through an ordeal that's making national headlines like this. And we heard that human impact from the prosecuting attorney for the state of Idaho, Bill Thompson, and his wish was that they would be able to sentence the defendant to die in prison, and they accomplished that. And meantime, the judge, District Court Judge Stephen Hippler, mentioned bringing a very human element to that reading, saying that no parent should ever have to bury their child. So it's just a reminder too, and remember too, all the investigators, the police, the Moscow police, everybody who was on scene that went through the crime scene, all of that this is a day of closure for them, that it's a day and an event that they will never forget.
Yeah, and it speaks to the tight-knit community. I mean, Bill Thompson, as the Latah County prosecutor, I mean, he had tears. I mean, he lives in this community. Same as goes for all the first responders. A small town, many of them knew the people who were impacted. One string that you saw throughout was the thankfulness, the gratefulness for the first responders, and then also so much of just unity that has come as a result of this tragedy. With that, let's get to Haley Gunther. She now is outside the courtroom, and we are expecting to learn more. We mentioned the prosecutors, and we're hoping to hear from them at upcoming press conference.
Absolutely, Clay. You mentioned the prosecutors as well as the Attorney General's office here in Idaho. Also, Moscow Police Department. We will be hearing from Prosecutor Bill Thompson here shortly, as well as Idaho State Police. So that press conference is set to begin here in just moments. They're getting all set up. And there will also be a Q&A portion of that press conference where there are still a lot of questions out there, and we are hoping to get some much needed answers. We'll send back to you.
Okay, and I do have a question for you, because we heard repeatedly in court today, a lot of people just saying, we don't want to talk about him anymore. And then others saying, but we still want to know the why. And then also understanding this quote unquote media circus that people have been calling this. As someone who is from this community, as someone who has covered this, how do we move on, and how important is that why?
You know, Kalai, I think the most important thing is to remember these 4 victims, continue to honor them. We did hear from the 2 surviving roommates, and they said that their focus is to live lives that would make their dear friends proud. And that really is, you know, I think the focus, and where people are turning their attention is to make sure, and I can tell you, growing up in Moscow, being a member of the Vandal family, we will never forget Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie.
Very well said. They always say light drives out darkness.
Yeah. Haley, thank you. If you are just joining us right now, District Court Judge Stephen Hippler has sentenced Bryan Kohberger, the defendant in the Moscow murders case, to 4 consecutive life sentences for the 2022 fatal stabbings of those 4 students without the possibility of parole.
All right, we again, as Haley mentioned, we are waiting for a press conference that has been called by the city of Moscow, essentially announcing it. So we're expecting to hear more about what exactly happens next in this community and what led us to this plea deal. Essentially, if you've been watching since 8 o'clock and you've been following this story, you have an idea, but now they want to take the opportunity to address the media directly. And I'm wondering if my producer can tell me what exactly we're looking at in regard to this picture. I do see Prosecutor Brian Thompson moving in, and now we do see the police chief of Moscow stepping up to the podium and microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Dollinger, and I am the Chief of Police of the Moscow Police Department. Thank you for joining us. Today marks the conclusion of a case that has profoundly impacted the University of Idaho, the City of Moscow, the State of Idaho, and communities nationwide. Today's sentencing of Bryan Kohberger brings the legal process to a close following his conviction for the brutal murders of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. While this marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system, we acknowledge that for the families, friends, and loved ones of these 4 young people, the grief does not end, because the losses are permanent and the pain remains. We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Yep. Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together and you have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case, and I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you are all, I think, listening in, either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler that the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him, and we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case, and I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and you'll hear, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or equal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made. But this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense that would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hippler talked today about the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So, I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going, even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplified the very best of our profession and helped to bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City Division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Bryan Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IgG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IgG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IgG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal, the goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise, they had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Latah County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet but vital. They helped protect the grand jury's work. They pushed back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the Office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division, and I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you. Idaho stands with you, and your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families, and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Dollinger,
yes.
in the role that you were to in Spokane, what more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can you expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggests that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
During Haley got cleared KHQ, there was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Bryan Kohberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. We looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it. We utilized. It was not. It was not. Thank you. We can cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second murder weapon used, not just the knife?
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
Here.
It sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Kaylee Gonzalez. Can you confirm or deny that?
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around, there's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed, so that's where that comment comes from.
It does, and though it doesn't make sense, and it's if you were in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So,
Frederick. DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up the photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I was just wondering about the emotional toll, and I have one other question.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There's a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Bryan Kohberger had on the defense counsel table, and it was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or if you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First I've heard of it. There is something I need to say, though, real quick. This is a product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurwitz, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, and not leaving with law and crime. You said that it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality. He will die in prison. But Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her clients sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Roberson, first of all, I want to say to you, Corporal Payne, that the chief of family told me that you called them every night during that nearly 7-week manhunt, even though you didn't have to. And I just think that goes to show that we're still caring for families. So, that being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe the clothes Kohberger was wearing that night are, and how do you think he avoided forensics at the scene?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth, it's just kind of how we roll. But there is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah, and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. You know, everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could, but the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife, and that's it. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So.
What about the clothes and visibility though to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Kaylee Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and that another victim was stabbed more than that?
Right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it, and this does happen, and there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome, and that's what we were left with.
Over here.
Gene Casares with CNN. To Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Bryan Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done of Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of the defense, is also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition of Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed, is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Over here.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
That's a good question.
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are in possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that, and I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So, trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link, and we have not found one. Not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible, and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the House from their side. So we have never, to this date, found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving roommates.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question is for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You know, you said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive for this?
We don't.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. This question is for Anthony Gallinger, actually. I remember when Anthony was a beat cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? You know, it was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, you know, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca Boone, Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in a court case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level of secrecy within the case. The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being unsealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
I'm just wondering, did the lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you in prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something rational, how do you continue knowing that maybe you won't get an answer?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. And it's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could. So.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on. Whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required, and practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. But thank you for the question.
In the back.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
Yeah, so Brett, myself, and members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there, and I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation and the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So We helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of the Pennsylvania State Police, and then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania. So,
Can you talk about what he said?
So we a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit. They help us a ton in framing our interview strategy rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level, and then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. So that's pretty much
as soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho, so that's when we really started to shut down, and they just shut it down. So
What was his demeanor?
Calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see him in court.
Next question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mike Baker for the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Kohberger's family, whether you got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So, anything to add to that?
No. Yes.
Just wondering if you ever had any idea of what made Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal in the end.
No.
Can I ask a follow-up then? I know there were
That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to the investigators? I know there's some reports that there was Kohberger was hiding some sort of container out of the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
No, and the belief was in the one of the surviving roommates, and her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
You had an expert who was going to testify about him cleaning something off of his work computer. He has some software experts. Was there any evidence that he had tried to wipe anything from his phone, software-wise? The bar cards, I believe, is great.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively, so there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Including, I think he had two, did he have two cell phones, or was it just the one cell phone?
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me
either.
if he had more at his home or office or somewhere else.
Just the work computer that he had wiped?
Yeah, he regularly used software to try to clear things off. He used VPN on his devices also.
Okay, back here.
Officially, we've got a statesman. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the link sheet over to Offer Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IGG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that part.
I'll start, and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had a DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Othram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that in what was the beginning of the IGG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IGG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
Had he not left the night sheet behind, would you have been able to track him down?
We've talked about this ad nauseum, and the answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found him. We would have found him.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it. But the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, of thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller, and then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten him through the car eventually.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley returned to, it appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also, the Mogan family at the plea hearing mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick, it felt rushed, so why did this happen so quickly to the family?
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months, and as I mentioned, that's you bringing Mr. Hurwitz in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able, with the manpower, to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families, and we talked to the families, and we solicited their input, and we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial, with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case, dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June. At the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty, the court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
The trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right? With the jury as a factor.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Great question here.
Yes, Michelle Pagey from 48 Hours. I just had a question about when you were looking into Kohberger's past. Was there any early sign of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal, and correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, was what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession. So.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
We'll take this question here, and then we're going to have two more after that.
Yeah, I'm Heather Hargan with CBS News. This question is for Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you talked about meeting with the victims' families before the plea deal was reached, including the Gonzalez's. Have you spoken to the Gonzalez's afterward about their displeasure with this? And if so, what has that conversation been like?
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different. I mean, I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units. And everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as the victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
Any more questions? Call on you yet?
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Magritte restaurant due to the vegan menu options. When the digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. Like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection, where's the overlap, and we searched tirelessly and never found it.
Was at that restaurant.
I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Okay, last question here.
Okay, just two follow-ups to earlier questions, if that's okay, so I can make sure we're understanding everybody correctly. First of all, Mike's question about the family. You said that you didn't get any evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance of the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's?
Yes.
There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Great, thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously he followed this line of interest in his studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student similar, a different student in the PhD program.
Gotcha. So then I'm understanding that the planning process, that your investigation turned out, if it was part of the plan, was maybe that purchase of the K-Bar knife on Amazon would have been the first, I guess, step toward.
Yeah.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
And we don't
have
know.
anything to show or prove that he did that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions, and certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity.
You're listening right now to the wrap-up of that lengthy press conference. Our first opportunity with the gag order sealed, an opportunity for the media, for the public to hear for the first time from the prosecuting attorneys in this case, from the police, the law enforcement, a truly multi-state effort. For the first time, we're able to get some questions answered, Kalai, but of course, many more questions still remain to be answered.
Yeah, I mean, you did hear the prosecuting attorney, Bill Thompson, talk a little bit about why they decided to reach that plea deal, the background behind it. You heard Bryan Kohberger plead guilty to all 4 murders and burglary at the beginning of this month, but still questions as to why, questions as to the evidence that has been not freely released by investigators until now. Specifically, we had heard from the onset that this was a targeted attack. The investigators here describing that the house was chosen. They believe the house was targeted, but still they don't know who or whether anybody specifically in the house was a target.
And another thing, and you heard our Haley Gunther, who's inside that courthouse, and we do plan on meeting up and talking with Haley with a follow-up in a little bit, specifically about social media, asking if there was any connection whatsoever between Kohberger and any of the victims. And they, Moscow police, Brett Payne, saying that they were looking for that link. They had top experts in this. They could not find a single link as far as social media between Kohberger and the victims. And again, the big one, of course, the why, the motive, and to their knowledge, they said there's one person who knows that answer as far as the motive goes, and it's the person who will spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Yeah, Bill Thompson was saying he was confident that they were going to trial and that they had evidence that would perhaps lead him to a conviction eventually. But there were questions unanswered, specifically, as you just said, Sam, why they didn't know why he, for example, picked this house. And they did describe it as essentially hiding in plain sight. The idea that it's a house where there are people coming and going at all hours of the night, because there are a lot of college kids, but also working older adults who, keep working hours. Also, what I thought was interesting that we learned today after the sentencing, the Gonzalez mentioned that they had learned from the prosecutor's office just very recently, in recent days, that Kaylee Gonzalez had been stabbed 30 plus times. She had damage to the face, and they mentioned another weapon. You also heard her sister in her impact statement mention that other weapon. But when the investigators were asked about that specifically, they referred the media back to the family and said the family can answer that if they choose to do so.
And we keep in mind there are 4 families as well involved in all of this. So if there's any sort of follow-up commentary beyond this in the days, weeks, or months, or even years to come, that information may only come to light then. Shifting gears a little bit, let's talk about Bill Thompson. We talked about the role he played in this. We're talking about a man who has served Latah County for 33 years. He was elected to that post as the prosecutor for Latah County back in 1992. You could see the toll when people were asking him, media members were asking him about the toll, that he is a hometown guy. This is in his hometown. He went to school at the U of I. He graduated from the law school at the University of Idaho back in 1980. He is as vandal, he is as Moscow as they come.
Right, and we were talking just about the idea that you have 4 victims, and that means that you have families connected to each of them, and being able to make all of them happy with what you're doing doing as the prosecutor essentially impossible, but they thought this route was going to work, and essentially it does bring closure to many people who were directly impacted, as he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences in the deaths of Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Maddie Mogan, in addition to 10 years for burglary.
And we understand right now, are we hearing this correctly, that Haley has just gotten out of the courthouse and we can talk to her right now? Is this correct? Okay, we do have Haley. Haley, you just got out of the courthouse. You were among the media members in there asking questions. So, some big takeaways from you. What do you have?
Yeah, absolutely, Sam and Clay. So one of the first things that I wanted to ask during that press conference is, what did Bryan Kohberger say when he was arrested across the country? 2 of the local investigators that had been so tirelessly working the case were there right when he was arrested. They were able to talk to him. I asked them what his demeanor was. They described it as, quote, calm and relaxed, very similar to what we are seeing when he's in the courtroom. I also asked if he said anything. They said very surface level conversation, and as soon as they got into it and started asking questions with a little more weight behind it, connected to the crime, he immediately lawyered up. Another big takeaway, they confirmed that Bryan Kohberger wiped multiple electronic devices, quote, relatively effectively, but they did maintain that at this point they found no connection between Bryan Kohberger and those 4 victims. So that was something that, I think just continues to bother all of us. The motive, or perhaps at the end of the day, lack of motive. It was also asked, had he not left the knife sheath, do those investigators believe Bryan Kohberger still would have been caught for this heinous crime? And in unison, all of those investigators said yes, absolutely. And what they think it would have been is his car, his vehicle being captured on those security cameras. There's also been a lot of questions about an individual that was posting on social media with the name Papa Roger, that was posting kind of some strange comments and engaging with people on social media regarding this case. And we did ask, there was tons of speculation that could have been Bryan Kohberger. Investigators confirming it was not. They extensively looked into that, and they say, again, that individual was not Bryan Kohberger. So still a lot to continue to unpack with that press conference. And, we got a little more insight, too, into the investigators that worked so hard on this. At one time, the lead investigator with the Moscow Police Department began to tear up when he was asked about his constant and very heartfelt communication with the Chapins in particular. You can tell that a weight has been lifted. Of course, nothing is going to bring back those 4 kids, but the justice chapter in this ongoing heartbreaking saga is over. Sam and Clay.
Yeah, that really is the takeaway, Haley. We've been watching since 8 o'clock as those statements have been read from loved ones of the 4 lives that were lost. Many of them asking why, but most of them just asking that we remember the life and legacy of the 4 people who died.
And of course, their families speaking this morning with their impact statements. And we heard Steve Gonzalez talking about this a little bit, about the impact that some statements being made specifically from the White House, President Trump weighing in on the matter, and he said that helped kind of grease the wheels towards getting that information that we shared with you, Clyde, that you mentioned right there. With that, we do want to go to Bradley Warren right now. Bradley, we're getting reaction from the White House right now. What are they saying?
Unfold real quickly. We do know the Attorney General, of course, was there letting us know that Kohberger will spend the rest of his life at the Idaho Maximum Security Institute. And that's sort of something that's been echoed in the previous statements from the president. But this morning, as the sentencing was dropped down, while we were watching that hearing, the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt weighed in with a statement from the president.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We have a special guest with us today who will speak momentarily. But first, I would like to begin with a message from the White House to the families of the victims in the brutal murder case in Idaho, who were sharing their heart-wrenching stories about their loved ones before the court today and addressing the evil killer who took 4 precious souls. We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer. Our nation grieves with you, and we will never forget the precious souls who were lost in this horrific act of evil. If it were up to the president, he would have forced this monster to publicly explain why he chose to steal these innocent souls. May God bless and watch over everyone affected by this unimaginable tragedy, especially the parents who lost their children.
It doesn't matter politically what spectrum you're on when the White House press secretary walks up to that podium and speaks. The White House press secretary is speaking on behalf of the president, the administration, and our country to the world. And that's what the world heard today, was anger from the president of the United States on the way that this has developed, saying, of course, you heard right there, that he would have forced Bryan Kohberger to make some sort of statement in regard to why he did what he did. The Attorney General of the state of Idaho releasing a statement saying that his heart is with the victims and their families, but under no Idaho law would a fixed prison sentence, which Kohberger has now been sentenced to, ever be eligible for parole. So he's grateful that he will spend the rest of his life behind bars. And of course, the rest of his life will be spent behind the bars at the Idaho Maximum Security Institute. But to the point of all of this, we keep hearing people say, we want to hear from Kohberger, we want to hear from Kohberger. The judge sort of synopsisized that he felt it doesn't matter if we ever hear from him again because he doesn't believe anything that he has to say is true. He essentially, in his closing statements to the court, called him a liar and said that it's time for his 15 minutes of fame to be over, and he hoped that no one worked with Kohberger to either publish a book or put together a documentary on this, but saying that this case is over and he needs to spend the rest of his life behind bars. The full statement from the Attorney General can be found on our website. It gives a little more of the legal procedure that's going to be followed in the coming days and a little more of the added thanks that the Attorney General has to the prosecutors who argued this case or were preparing to argue this case. But the news right now, of course, the president not only weighing in, but the world watching this. And we have our international feeds up right here. And on most of our international feeds in Europe, this case is being carried. And one thing that we continue to hear from the families is they are devastated. They don't want this murderer to get the attention. They want the lives of the 4 kids to be remembered. And now the world is being introduced, unfortunately, in death to the positivity and their impact that they had on the Vandal community. So the only spotlight they would like to see moving forward is be on these 4 kids who lost their life, as the White House and the Attorney General have just weighed in. Guys?
Bradley, thank you. And as Bradley makes that point, I do think what we talked about earlier is a media outlet that covers the hometown of these students that were killed. How are we transitioning now to remember these 4 lives, not glorifying or sensationalizing the person who took their lives? You heard from many of their family members in court saying, I will not say this person's name. I will not even address this person because I want that chapter to be over. I don't want my child to be remembered for how they died, but for rather how they lived.
And with that, Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, their lives being remembered and celebrated in many ways right now this morning. It is a somber tone. Meantime, we want to go to Moscow, the University of Idaho campus, the Vandal Healing Garden, which exists because of the 4 lives lost right behind us. Let's go to Noah Bolter. Noah, you're live here this morning. You were there through this whole process. Kind of explain to us, if you can, set the tone a little bit, what the reaction was around this area that is up in the honor of these 4 lost loved ones.
Well, Sam, Kalai, as a whole, the campus has been quiet because it's summertime. And we know that that was part of the timing with this whole case and the justice process since the very beginning. But here at the Vandal Garden of Healing, it's been very quiet. I don't think I've heard a single word said here by the handful of people who we have seen. And let me show you what they've done, because they've come up to these walls, and some of them have essentially explaining what the memorial is here. Some of them have resources. If we keep looking to the next wall and then even further, it explains a little bit more, and it shows you a map of what this space is. But then if you come over here, this is where there have been people have paused. They've taken a break when they've gotten over here to the nameplates. They've stopped at each of the 4 victims and they've looked up and seemingly thought to themselves about who these people were: Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, and Xana Kernodle. Each of them have taken a moment. They've stopped at each nameplate and they've thought to themselves. Some of them seem to have said a prayer, just taken a moment to take it all in here in the campus, the space designated for healing here in Moscow. So yes, it's been a very somber day. Started in the morning, but it's been about 4 hours now since the start of that hearing. It's been very somber. It's been very quiet, very respectful. People coming here to pay their respects to the victims and remember the positivity that they brought to this community.
Yeah, really well said, Noah. Thank you. And I think Noah shedding the light on all that the Moscow community has gone through the last 2.5 years. Media covering the city streets as we've worked to try and tell this story. But hopefully at the end of all of this today is an idea of closure, an idea of a sense of peace for all of the people who were impacted, and most importantly, remembering how these 4 young people lived their lives.
And that was the focus of that testimony today inside the courthouse, where families were sharing their experiences. They're describing these 4 children, these 4 young adults who lived so vivaciously, positively, with laughter, with joy, and love. And it was just very touching hearing that and personalizing that for all of us, that we get to know these 4 victims all the more better.
In their honor, if anything, the people who knew and loved them say that we will go on living each day because they can't. With that, we'll end on the faces and the names of the 4 who were taken as we remember their legacy and the light that they left upon us. Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Maddie Mogan.